Good morning and welcome to Risk Neutral Trading. This is my virtual trading journal, which I stream for transparency and accountability. I stream to YouTube because it's convenient for me to review the stream on any other device, which is, as you can imagine, pretty handy. Been quite a topsy-turvy deal here lately with this drama around IRT and the new account with AMP. So, first of all, this is not for financial or trade advice. It's my virtual journal. I'm not monetized in any way, so I'm, your subs and likes are in participation in the chat is great. I appreciate it a lot. There's a description here there's a disclaimer in the description. Sorry, I'm thinking about something else that I'm not cooking here. In the description of the chat, and I stream 1440p, so high def, so if it's not sparkly shiny on your end, click the gear on YouTube and select the high definition. If you can do that, then it's really great. So I start every morning at 8 o'clock, every trading day at 8 o'clock in the morning. This is Happy Halloween, boo. And continue through the entire cash session until 1500 every day. The important thing, let's get started with the numbers here. This is IRT, which is my charting software. Bookmap, my plotting and execution here. And the reporting and the news we have this morning, it's pretty dicey, as you probably already know, with this government shutdown and everything. And we're in earnings season. So I use two news sources, both of which are free. You can pay for them if you want to, but I use the free version so that I try to keep myself on the same foot with everybody that's involved here. We're going to have the Chicago PMI number out at 8:45, which is a real deal. And that will be coming out, no question about it. So that's a market mover, as you can see by the 3 stars. You can filter if you choose to use these. Both of these services are free, but you can filter them out for however you want, what your time zone, what country you're in, what reports you're interested in. Do you want, how many stars do you want? All that kind of thing. And also we have the earnings report, which is we are in the height of earnings season, and this is a pretty muted day, actually, compared to yesterday and the day before. We've had, I think, 5 or 6 of the Mag 7s all report earnings this week. As you know, most all of them were up, and Meta was a huge miss, which is, I don't know why, but, good. Zuckerberg needs a wake up once in a while. Monday, we're going to have Berkshire and Palantir. That's a pretty big one. Not Wednesday, a little bit bigger, with AMD and some of the chips. Just to point out the difference here, look at yesterday's earnings report. That's huge, huh? All right, so that's where we are. Again, these are free. The second news source that I use is Financial Juice, which I don't like the format of the calendar or the docket as well, especially for snapping, capturing and snapping in other Discord or wherever. But it does have the right side over here is kind of a squawk box feel, more or less current up to the real time. And hold on, I'm gonna sneeze, I think. And I use it for that. Man. Wow, something came through here giving me the sneezes. I wouldn't want to deafen y'all. And here's our Chicago PMI at 8:45. So let's get on with the pre-market. Now, as you can see, overnight inventory, here's our open and our close. Open, close, the overnight inventory is just about 100% long. There for a moment, these morons were at another gap high. We will not open at a gap at the moment, at least. If we open where we are now, it will not be a gap. It was pretty balanced, pretty balanced session, and a little bit higher volume, about 171,000 contracts. And if we look at that, I changed some things around here, and now I'm all confused. There we go. Our average true range so far is about 2.25 points per 1 minute bar, and volume's at about 89% of usual for this time of day. The way my charting here is set up, these are Renko charts. This is a 12-tick Renko of the ES Mini, the NASDAQ Mini. This is my higher time frame chart, which I call my micro composite, and it's real simple. Wherever price overlaps, I draw a volume profile. In so doing, it generates a micro composite VPOC, and these red and green lines you see represent high, where'd they go? High and low volume nodes of this volume profile. The values for the red and green lines are pushed automatically to Bookmap. This is an RTH session only chart, and these are daily bars. Sorry, I forgot to mention that. The session prices are also pushed automatically to Bookmap, and I'll show you those in a second. And this is the market profile chart. If you're aware of that, then you know exactly where that's coming from. Everything's up this morning so far. Percent change, 0.7%. So aren't they excited? And this is Bookmap. Wow. I'm having a hard time waking up here. Sorry about that. First of all, you'll notice that this is the dome, or the book, or the price ladder, or whatever name you want to call it. It's the order book, right? This is resting liquidity. These are all the prices. There you go. There's 145 contracts sitting down at 68.90, and that's why you see this heavy highlighted line or graphic here in the heat map. That's how it works. This is the micro composite column, level 2, of course, on the book. Micro composite column where I enter these values manually. Here's the naked volume point of control from yesterday, the POC, gap high, etc. And these are the high and low volume nodes, which push automatically from Bookmap or to Bookmap from IRT. This is the full session volume profile, which started plotting last night at 1700 and continues through 1600 today. And would normally pick up at 1700, but this is Friday, so I'm going to be out trick-or-treating, so don't be bothering me with volume profile. And this is the volume profile for the RTH session, which will reset this morning at 8:30. My notes column, which is real important. First, I set the column title to the open type expected for the morning. There's only 4, and they only have 2 criteria, which is real simple. If we were to open right here, right now, where would that compare to the previous close, which is down here? And how would that compare to the previous range, which is here and below us? So it would be higher than the close and within range. So this column title, I would expect to be higher in range. Nothing more complicated than that. Now, these statistics and migrating VPOC flags, but primarily the statistics come from a study that I have in IRT, and I reset them every morning based on the open type. So the next thing we're going to do is clear all the notes column. Boop. Okay. We'll put those in a minute, but let's move on. This is the IRT session prices. These are those prices which I said push automatically from 1700 on Sunday evening through 1600 today, continuous. And if these would be handy for you and you'd like to use them, I'm happy to share them and the link for them freely, no problem. It's important to notice that I don't have any indicator on my book map or my IRT charts. And the only lines and levels that I use for trading are based on price, data, and probabilities or statistics, period. There is a POC, one for the full session, kind of a muted yellow, and one for the RTH session. POC is nothing more complicated than the price at which the most contracts have traded so far in the session. That's it. 6,900, we traded whatever that says, 3,566 contracts or whatever, or 3,696 contracts. And the very split second that one of these other prices is 3,697 contracts, this yellow line will move there. That's it. The yellow line just records where this price has been. There is a VWAP, volume weighted average price, for the Globex and for the RTH session. And there is a mid for the RTH section. There is a price that sometimes confuses people, which is called the initial balance high and the initial balance low, which is somewhere around here. Let me just see. There you go. And all these two levels, the initial balance is an old market profile term. The only thing that these represent are the high and the low of the first 1 hour of the RTH trading session. Oh, excuse me, I'm having a... Okay. That's it. Nothing else. And the rest of the prices are self-explanatory. Value area low, RTH mid, overnight low, you can't miss. Okay, so let's look at the statistics now, which are important. And they come from this study in IRT. Excuse me. Right here. Now, IRT conveniently highlights the correct study, or the correct column for the open type, but only at 8:30, which doesn't do us any good now. We have determined that we're going to be higher in range. Okay, we know that already. Unless, of course, prices dramatically move, which can happen sometimes when there's the news event out, but there isn't anything now until the Chicago PMI at 8:45. So we're going to open higher in range. And the way the study works, again, very straightforward, logical, data-driven, statistics, probabilities, nothing magical, nothing mysterious, nothing hard to understand. The system looks back at 2,000 trading days, the most current 2,000 trading days past. Of these 2,000 trading days, we opened higher in range, 611 of them. Excuse me. Of the 611 days where we opened higher in range, price revisited the overnight volume point of control 510 times, or 83.5%. Overnight volume point of control, 83.5. Boop. And that's all there is to it. Now, these are probabilities. This is the percentage of time that price, you just heard the description, so you know what that number is. It's not a hard, fast line in the sand, but it's a high probability. So we're likely to revisit that. That's important knowledge. That's information that you ought to know. And then I simply go down the list. There's the overnight volume point of control. The next order of business is the overnight mid, 76.8. Excuse me, again some more. Where did the overnight mid go? I think it's buried right under here. Oh, no, there it is right there. 76.8. Boop. Overnight high, 75.3. That's right here. Wow. Previous value area high, which is 71.2. That's right there. The way these value areas work, value area high and low are for the previous auction. Developing value area high and low are applicable to the current auction. So I'll talk about that a little more in a minute. And the next one is previous close is 70.4. Damn. Boy, I'm having a... Excuse me. The IB high is 68.6. Now, we know that it's right underneath of the previous RTH high. There's the line, and here's the level over here. Or here's the label. The price line indicator will split out overlapping level titles like this. The Cloud Notes is not so friendly that way. 68.6. And I always put this in, IB high. And why do I do that? Remember the definition. The minute we open today's RTH session down here somewhere, this level and this line are going to jump down to the top of that, as will the IB low come up to the bottom. So this will not be here anymore, and I'll be going, what happened at 68.1%, right? And I'm going to know it was the yesterday IB high. The POC, we have the IB low is 61.5. Not so sure how pertinent that's going to be, but hey, let's go. And the previous high, there we go, is 56.6. Now, that raises a good point. 56.6 is the previous RTH high. And that's right there, which happens to be at the same exact level as the IB high. Okay? That should tell you that this is a probability, and this is only a probability, these numbers. This is not a hard fixed line in the sand. Okay? And I'll put this 56 up, whatever it's called up here. Wherever that went. 56.6. Just as a reminder to myself that it's right here. I know that they're together. And why is this here? Well, yesterday in the RTH session we opened and price traded up to here. This is the all-time high of yesterday's RTH session, and that occurred in the first 1 hour. So it's also the IB high. That's the definition. It's real simple, not confusing, not complicated. Just take it, one level at a time, and you'll be fine. The overnight low is 50.1. That's right here. Now, what I'm trying to do is get the most current ones in, and that's, oh, come on, Alice. All right. What else? We got previous low is 35.5. And the previous low is going to be way down here in the corn patch someplace. There we go. There's settlement, mind you. What is it? 35.5. Okay. And there's settlement. And you know what that is. Okay. So there we go. And now we're going to do something that I do every morning at about 8:20. which is the TLab Snap. What is this? Do you say the TLab Snap? That is a snap screen grab post that I do in the Traders Lab every morning. I do two, actually. I do one at around 6, which is the reports. And I do one at about 8:20. And the 8:20 one, and you can see why I use the stream and don't try to multitask. This is the snap that I do at 8:20 every morning, and it's just to give the folks in the Traders Lab any number that they may want if they don't have charting that produces the same kind of thing. This is from Investor RT. The Traders Lab itself is a bookmap Discord chat room called the Traders Lab, coincidentally. It was started by a guy named Tom B., who is a professional trader, reportedly with 46 years experience. He has a lot of good things to say, and you're never solicited for anything, which is huge in this day and age. Now, I will say, as a, in all honesty, Tom doesn't trade live. He doesn't call trades. It's a Discord chat room. And I'm sure you're never going to see, proof of his account balances or, his actual trading. And I'm also sure you're never going to see a wrapped Lambo or a gold chain. So why do I believe that he's the real deal? I just do. After you've been around a while, you kind of get a feeling about that. And I was in and around the Traders Lab for a long time now. Other people that are there who I believe who I know are good traders also have the same opinion. So every day I make that snap, those two snaps, and every day I put this plug for him and that outfit here in my stream. And this is not in any way an endorsement of any other chat room in the Bookmap Discord site or any place else on the internet. I think by and large, they're mostly all crap. I've not certainly been to the other Bookmap Discord sites or rooms, but the two others that I did visit, second word out of the guy's mouth was trying to sell you something. So there you go. Take it for what you will. And I like the people there. I like Tom, and I'm happy to plug him, give him a plug every day. There you go. Now, the next thing, back to reality here, that we need to do, it would be pretty handy to be able to trade, right? So the way you do that with Bookmap is as follows. You have to activate the trade control panel here, and you have to select a way that you will interact with the application to trade with your mouse. If you choose chart, the only place you can trade with your mouse is the active data column here. You see how the mouse turns to a $sign instead of a pointer? That's inside of this blue line right here. If you choose DOM, the only place you can trade with your mouse are the DOM columns, like normal. And both is, as you suspect, you can use both. You can also trade with your keyboard hotkeys, but you have to set them up in advance, obviously. And either one of these selections will allow you to trade with your mouse or with your keyboard. But the focus of the computer must be on the Bookmap application for the keyboard to work, and that's a functionality of the operating system, having nothing to do with Bookmap. Now, the next thing I need to do, selecting both, is I select my tool here, which is multi-brackets. This is what implements mechanically the risk-neutral trading system. The smallest package you can have is 2 contracts because it needs to be an even number. Selecting 2, then the next thing you need to do is determine the stop loss for the entire package. And the first parameter that you need to look at here is the risk tolerance of your account or your funding thing or whatever it is you're doing, but you need to make sure that this fits within your account risk parameters. I'm going to use 12 ticks. Once this is established, the first risk neutral scale here is automatic. It's for the same number of ticks positively as the stop is negative, and it's for half of the package. 2 contracts, 1 contract, and then you have the runners. You can have multiple contracts and multiple volatility ticks, whatever you want to do. Set it up any way you want to go. That's important. And now you'll notice that I have all the parameters up here, and I'll explain these resting parameters, which are not typical for this stream, in a minute. And I no longer need any of the other functionality in the trade control panel because I've already got multi-brackets enabled. So I confirm the package size, and then I can click the button again. It stays green. The padlock stays open, but I get the real estate back on my screen. I have all my metrics up. Of all the metrics up here, I have cancel all and close positions. So I have everything set up now to trade when the market opens, which is going to happen in 3 minutes. Now, the reason for this is if you are familiar with the stream at all, I take no trades, intended trades off of the stream. That's part of the transparency and the accountability. Also, if you've been around at all, the last few days, there's been a problem with IRT. Now I'm on an AMP brokerage live account, and this is a paper trade version of that live account of Rhythmic. And IRT has been adding trades by itself out of no place, which really, of course, blew my mind and is a serious problem. So last night, I just opened up Bookmap here and slapped on a bunch of different trades and without any kind of a criteria at all, just to see what happened with the execution against watching IRT. As it turns out, there was 6 trades, 12, different ones, and I have a screen snap. Hey, Panda, I have a screen snap for all of those. I also made a recording for that, which I will post up to the channel just to further the transparency. But this is just nothing intended for trading whatsoever. These were just to try to see if anything was going to work properly. And if you, I think I can show that right here. This is the kind of thing I was doing. Just slapping trades wherever I could and confirming against the recent orders on Rhythmic that these values were correct. And you see here that this is what was happening. It was if I went long rather than a long order of 2, it went short. And then when the risk neutral scale and the profit target was hit, which would both be sell orders on a long position, right? It ended up short 4. Needless to say, that's not good. And I'm really excited to trade today, and hopefully we'll have the signals as normal with the trading system. We're going to open here in 30 minutes, so I'll shut up pretty quick. But I want to confirm that everything is right with IRT and Rhythmic, because I'll be on the live funded account, not the paper trade, which is what this is, the live funded account, Monday. I want it to be this week, but I have not been able to get to the bottom of this issue with IRT. And there's our open. So, boo. Happy Halloween. Here we go. Now the IB high IB low will come down to here and here. That's why we put these initials in here. Good luck. Whoa, Panda, what are you doing? Let me just make sure everything's okay. Give me a minute, and I'll put in the first migrating. Jesus, I can't talk. I'm getting old. It's a pretty picture, isn't it? Something else I'm going to do here, which I have not discussed yet. I'm going to add my top secret, really expensive indicator. It's called a vertical line. I refer to that as Blue Boy throughout the day. And the reason for this line is strictly a visual cue for me. If I glance left and see that line, I know that I have the entire session in view. If I don't see it, I need to adjust it so that I do. My intention is to have the entire session in view all day until I expect to interact with the market and i.e. trade. You see that the IB high and low have now joined up. And I'll show you how that I'm not lying here. There's the Blue Boy for the beginning of the ETH, and here we are for the beginning of the RTH yesterday. Okay. I used to rely on the migrating VPOCs here because I kept the price ladder at 5 minutes. Now we are at 5 minutes. No, we're at 15 minutes down here now. Okay. And of course, the yellow line will plot all day because it just marks where the POC is, the price at which the most contracts have traded. But pretty soon it would scroll off the left and I would not know where we had been with the BPOC. That was the reason for these flags. I find it better now to have Blue Boy on duty and be able to visually confirm and have a visual understanding, which is more meaningful to me, about what context is doing, because context is king. It's the most important thing for me to watch. I always want to be in alignment with context. Another thing that's important to point out, you notice the flag is up here and the IB line is down here now. That is perfectly normal and pretty quick it will change. And I'll tell you what happens. The data that is exported from IRT for both of these, this indicator, and there's the flag jump. See that? It's the same exact data exported at the same time, but Bookmap only provides a minimum refresh rate in the cloud node column of 1 minute. That's as frequent as I can set it. The boys and girls who coded this indicator, which you buy from Bookmap, were obviously coded it to refresh more frequently. So there you go. And that is the MCVPOC that we put in yesterday right there. And we've taken out the POC from yesterday, so my workflow for those levels which have been revisited is to set the text to black. And there we go. I think we're pretty much up to speed here now. Good morning, whoever, and ever drop a thumbs up and a like, and most importantly, put something into the chat. That's a big help, and it's trading, if you approach it as I do as a statistical business, is fairly lonesome. It's not fun-filled, adrenaline-packed, video game-ish. It's sometimes days without a trade because I haven't gotten a signal for a statistically vetted trade setup. I now have the IB trades vetted. And I will start working on vetting the next setup, but I have the 2 IB trades. What does that mean? That means that I don't have any trade possibility until 9:30 in the morning, Central Standard Time. I watch the market. I narrate the market. We'll have a chat about things. Remember that we have a report out at 8:45. And Okay, I don't know what I did right or wrong, but I did it. So here we go. Nuclear. I don't know how to spell nuclear. That's pretty amazing. So we continue lower. There's no gap to close. Let's see where we are. I'm trying to figure out how to spell something here, so I'm not very good at this stuff. Sorry about that. Uh, okay, enough of that. Let's get away from that bullshit. Okay. Now, here we are. What time is it? Who's on third? I don't know. What are we doing? Well, we're trading lower, aren't we? Here's the overnight low. We're getting down into gap country over here. Here's a ridiculous day yesterday. Big selling tail, big buying tail, and we ended up at a doji. Imagine that. A 24 handle doji. Hold on. Well, I don't know what keeps coming through here giving me the sneezes, but it's a lot. Here we are today. Here's our volume profile or a micro composite. I guess you see that. And I forgot something. Watch this. Now we are RTH only. RTH session only on the market profile. Sorry about that. And I need to change the charting here on IRT to full session only. And I do that. It's pretty tough. You do that right there. Now, this is only the RTH session from yesterday. And here we are this morning. Pretty much responsive selling to take profit for all of that overnight. Huh? Like hope I mentioned in the pre-market. Meant to. Too many moving parts lately here. I'm all discombobulated. I also plot the full complement here of the of the micros, both the NASDAQ and the ES. Naked volume points of control. Boop. There we go. And I need to switch this to full session, or to the day session only. There we are. Now, what this does, there's actually a reason I do this every day, besides just visually. By having this on the day session only, that means that the previous auction right here was yesterday's RTH. So, in case you picked it up in the pre-market, the value area high and the value area low represent the previous auction. Had I not changed the IRT charting from full session to day session, the previous auction would have miraculously and suddenly been yesterday's, this just past ETH session here, because it's the previous auction. The minute we opened here, today's RTH. Therefore, I changed those. Now everybody's aligned. This is the value area high and low from yesterday, RTH. And there you go. And if you don't believe me, there's the high and there's the low. And look over there. Ooh, high and low. And here we are. Isn't that cute? Love it when a plan comes together. This stuff was real stable and works really well. That's why I was thrown off so bad by that problem with the trading. I was, well, you can imagine the surprise when I take a long of 2 contracts with a risk neutral package and glance over at IRT and it's short 2. It's like, what the hell are you doing here? Okay. Now, I don't think there's going to be any other issues, but I'm very excited and keen on taking a trade today. And if you want to see all the stupidness last night about these trades up here, I'll post that recording. I was tired when I went to bed last night, and it's meaningless. But it's also accurate. Those were taken last night in the ETH to test if the orders were being processed properly between Bookmap, IRT, and Rhythmic. And so they're in this, in this current trading session. And so there they are. I'm not trying to hide anything, and I'm telling you why they're there. And that's the case. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it, baby. Okay. Now let's take a little zip through the roses here. Well, we're going to have, we did have our report out, and I was busy bullshitting. Sorry about that. I got to get up to speed better here. There's our, what the earnings. Let's see what happened with that. Well, it was, God damn, what is going on with this now? IRT is just not, something's just not right here. I don't know what. It's not supposed to be doing all that jumping around. I used 2 wireless mice, and perhaps it's getting overlapping. I don't know what the hell. Windows 11, who knows. Imagine the moving parts going on with this complicated software we use nowadays, and what we take for granted. It's amazing, isn't it? We just had a VPOC migration lower. We've had actually 2, and I didn't keep track of them, but we are slightly, we're 1.5 points green on the Chicago PMI, Project Manager Index. I think that's what that stands for. Huh. You think that I ought to know that. Here's our market on open imbalances. These guys are going to be running their mouth all day long. This Stephen Miran he's a real wild card in the Fed, I think. I guess Trump likes these Stephen Miller and this new Moran guy. Good for him. He's the president. He can do what he wants, I guess. And I'm sure of one thing, absolutely. Nobody cares in DC cares what I think. So there you go. And let's look at something else more constructive. So we had some responsive buying to take back some of that overnight, and that's responsive selling, I'm sorry, to take profit on some of that overnight. Remember that this is Friday. We are in earnings season. Nothing earth-shaking coming out tonight. Let's get up to speed with Mr. Billy Boy. Didn't do his good job here. I still do these just because I'm OCD. I think I'm going to quit, though. I'm going to make a conscious effort to stop doing these because I don't think they're helpful. If it helps anybody that's watching this, if any, wants to contribute, that's fine, but I don't think so. You see how they work, and you see the reason. Now we're at, here's 15 minutes or 10 minutes, right? Well, no, that's only a 5 minutes, right? But you see, if you go out here like this, where was the POC before? You don't know. That was the reason for the flags. My thinking was that I wanted all the data that I found important for trading right here in view on the hard right edge without scrolling in and out or up or down or whatever else it was. I now find it much more intuitive to keep Blue Boy on view. Because now I know that that's the entire session. What is the context today, would you say? Just looking at this. It's pretty obvious that it's slower, isn't it? How about that? Do you know what the context today is? Even though these flags are here? Well, if you stop and think about it, logically you can see, but you don't know the order in which they're occurring. I guess I could have been numbering them somehow. I'm not going there. I'm way too fastidious for that. Anyway. So now we know without question that the VPOC is migrating lower, and the context so far is down. I have the benefit, of course, I'm standing here looking at these two monitors. I have a 4-monitor rack in front of me on this stand-up desk. I have 2 stand-up desks and an L. I have a 4-rack monitor in front of me on this stand-up desk, and to my left is a vertical with OBS and stuff, and then a little further around the corner is another horizontal normal portrait landscape. For my third computer. The top 2 monitors on this 4-monitor rack are run by another machine, and these bottom 2, which are pretty big, they're 32-inch 4Ks. One is Bookmap, and the other one is IRT. I would stream both monitors at once, which would be save me flipping back and forth and being on the wrong screen all the time. The problem is I don't think it would be at all user-friendly in the stream. I think it would be terrible for the stream people, for y'all, for YouTube. And it would be so small. And by the way, I stream in 1440p, so high def. So if it's not crystal sharp, and on your YouTube, hit the gear boy there and select high definition, 1440p. Okay, so here we go. Now I'm excited to start seeing what's happening with the my vetted trades, which I mentioned earlier are the IBs, the two IB trades. You know by the definition that there is no possibility to have a trade present itself, or, you know, even to anticipate it until 9:30, because that's when they are two trades based on the initial balance statistic, and there is no such thing as an initial balance statistic until 9:30. So it's real simple. It's calm. I anticipate this trade starting to set up. I'm stalking the trade. I'm not, you know, hurry, scurry, and blurry, and let's, you know, shoot now, shoot some more, shoot later, and if anybody's alive, let's ask questions. You know, it's not that way. That's not how I believe trading should be approached. And this is my trading journal, remember, and I'm talking to myself most of the time here, so there you go. Having said all of that, this is the trading system trigger chart. Has nothing to do with actively or mechanically placing trades. These lines and levels and signal markers are all coded into this chart by me. Custom indicators and signal markers. They have nothing to do with automatically trading, but let's look at the back test. These lines accurately and absolutely, and the session and the signal markers absolutely reflect the trade rules in the trading system, which is for the IBs, that I use for backtesting. Now, there are all of these rules because of the way a backtest engine works in the trading system. You have to have a specific rule for each and everything that you want to have evaluated in your system. And it's not magic like multi-brackets in Bookmap where you can have one set of, you know, profit, target, stop, and whatever, and targets. You've got to specifically code one up, each and every one up for long and short, and whether it's the IB high or whether it's the IB low, each specific rule. Now, this is the initial balance high. Now, from yesterday, here's the initial balance high today and the initial balance low. Okay, there are two trades associated with each. One is the initial balance continuation. One is the initial balance failure for the high, and the same for the low. And these levels are the zones. No, I woke her up. I went in at 8 o'clock and woke her up. These levels are exactly as they should be for the way I have defined the rules. Continuation zone, pullback zone, trigger zone. All right. Stand by here. We got a crisis, I think. All right. So, yeah, no crisis at all. So that's how this works, okay? And this is the trigger chart. Remember, it has absolutely nothing to do or no connectivity with the trading system, but these levels absolutely reflect the rules and signals within the trading system, and this is 100% for me to visually verify, is this happening when and where I expect it to. Now, the next step in that process is, as we are at this point, I am following these signals absolutely and taking the trades in Bookmap mechanically exactly with the signals. So there's that. Now, why are there all these beautiful goofy colored lines over here and all this stuff and nothing over here? Well, stop and think about it. It's based on the initial balance, right? And guess what? It's not 9:30 yet, so there's no initial balance yet. I mean, there's an initial balance. The IB lines continue to plot as they should, the low and the high with price, but there's no signal to take yet. So there you go. That's how that works. They're at 9:30. These levels will all start plotting. And incidentally, just to try to make this more, I try to give myself every heads up I can, right? So when 9:30 happens and the IB becomes live, these purpley lines here, these zone levels will be reflected here on Bookmap, and they'll have this session, they'll have their title, and they'll be colored the same and all of that. So yeah. And man, am I hoping this crap works. As you can imagine, I am so there was never any question that I would not test everything out when I set up a new account and a new data provider, and especially an account, a live account funded with my money, not some prop crap. There's no question that I would test that all out from every angle I could think of to test it before, I used it in the live market. And I'm so glad I did, because it would have been a freaking disaster. I have resisted, sending Chicken Little, the sky is falling support tickets to IRT, trying to make sure I've gone through everything that I can go through, and that they have a real comprehensive library of videos and pages and things to read. And so I've done that pretty much, trying to identify exactly. All I want to do with IRT at this point, I do not want it having anything to do with trading. And the only thing I ever used to use it for to do with trading was plotting a reference line at, pending orders, filled orders, etc. And it used to do that perfectly for years. Now, all of a sudden, it doesn't. And what I did last night, actually, to try to test this all out, and why all this nonsense happened last night, I also have a Bookmap rhythmic subscription right now, which I got as a backup when this kerfuffle with Topstep started. So I shut everything off. I brought everything up on Bookmap rhythmic and did these trades to identify whether the same, I wanted to isolate, is it some peculiar nonsense to something that the AMP brokerage has done with the rhythmic that they provide? I don't believe that it is. I think all they do is give you log on stuff, and rhythmic says, okay, here you go. But how do I know that? So I tested that out to make sure. And now I am back on the AMP rhythmic. Jesus, what a pain in the ass. Anyway, There you go. I'm trying to be, as I said, the point of the stream and the reason for the 7 hours of streaming every day is for complete transparency and accountability. And no trade will be taken off the stream that has anything to do with the account or real trading. This was just testing bullshit, and I couldn't think of any way to do it. I didn't want to start a special stream for this noise, so what I did was made a video recording, just like the stream, but not pushed to YouTube. And I'll post that up to YouTube. So if anybody doesn't believe me, they can go there and laugh their ass off. It's like cartoons or something. There we go. And here we are with our the day. Now we are at 9 o'clock. So are we ready to trade? Oh, no, wait. It's not. It is not. Uh, 9:30 yet. But it does give me the opportunity to talk about something that's really important now, and that's to do with our news reporting and something I mentioned with setting up the brackets where you identify your stop, that you have to identify and make sure that works with your risk parameters for your account. And that brings me to this, which is a real important point. Nothing that I say here, I might joke about the political stuff or, Trump and Agent Orange or whatever else it is, but I have no political statement to make. And I'm not a political guy, really. But unfortunately, in this period right now, we are subject to a very critical, unidentified, unrealistic, unrecognized risk. What do I mean by that? Well, this Chicago PMI has been scheduled at 8:45 today for years, months and years. We know very definitely that that's going to happen, that's the expected rating, what the actual previous, all those things are. And we can plan a mitigation plan for that as traders. That is not a surprise. We know that at 7:45 or 7:30, the first Friday of every month, we can expect the non-farm payroll, which is a super critical number. It's planned years in advance. We know that. We can plan on that. We can mitigate our risk for that and protect our accounts. No problem. This 227.75 point drop happened at 10 o'clock in the morning on the 10th of October, out of no frickin' place, a tweet on Truth Social by Trump, none of which was backed by fact, none of which came true, all of which has been completely forgotten about, except those people who lost all their money in their account. There is no possible way, and this is just a perfect example, which is current, right? That's the reason I select this. Could be any other number of things. That is unrecognized critical risk. It's got nothing to do with politics, but it is something that you better be aware of. And why I say absolutely only expose your account to market risk for A+ setups. Definitely have bracket orders. You saw me set up the bracket orders with multi-brackets. No order that I place will have automatically a stops and targets. Sure, you might get slippage, but you'll get out. So nothing that I put forward here is political, but it is a statement of fact. We are in a situation, and I've been around trading in and out. Well, I'll tell you, the last time I saw the biggest biggest political, unrecognized risk to the market, and I witnessed it live, was 911. Okay, that's another example, having nothing to do with politics. But it's something that, almost, that was like a black swan, but this is something not political at all, but you better be pre-prepared for an unidentified risk. It's not non-farm payroll. It's nothing we can do as traders or project managers to have a risk mitigation plan, etc. So that's really important. Really important. A lot of people blew up there. You can bet on it. And if you have bracket orders in the market and you're trading with a real live account, real money through a broker, make sure that your broker has your stops and targets server side, not on your machine. And that they're, if you can, make sure that their servers are co-located in, at the CME or wherever that place is just outside of Chicago. I forget the name of it. The big data center. Okay, that's enough of that. Here we are watching the, we're at 9:10. There's no possibility for an initial balance trade yet. I'm really hopeful that we get some signals and I can get some trades off normally to see where we are. Unfortunately, I've explained these enough times. I think this was a testing last night on the ETH between two accounts. I had a Rhythmic account up, which is I subscribe from Bookmap, and this is the Rhythmic account through AMP. I did both to see if similar results were happening with IRT, because I want to get through. I don't want to be on this paper trade crap anymore. And the point of this exercise is to make money. It's my virtual trading business. So there you go. Okay, are we rich yet? Let's see. Friday, my day. Happy Halloween. I don't even know what I'm doing here. I need to refill my tea glass. I drink green tea all day long. I find that to be water. I drink a lot of water, like several liters a day, but it gets boring, Well, and I don't drink any other, soft drinks or stuff like that. And I'm just lucky, I guess. I've never gotten the habit. Where are we now? Who's on third? I don't know. I'm going to put a chat thing in here. There we go. Oh, pretty quick. All right. I monitor the stream on one of the upper monitors from that other computer. And the delay is quite quick. Obviously, there's a delay within YouTube that I have no control over. That's one of the reasons that it's you can't really copy my trades necessarily, even if you wanted to, because of the delay, right? You'd be trying to get in, and it could already be done. So there's that. The methodology and learning that stuff, good idea. And I don't have a problem with that. If somebody wants to, I am completely transparent and open about the signals, when I'm going to get in, why, all that kind of stuff. If that's, if you want to try that out for yourself, go ahead. But my recommendation is to don't take any facts or statistics or my vetting process as the gospel truth. Do your own. Do it for yourself. Not necessarily that I'm full of crap or might be a typical YouTube guy, but by doing it yourself, you will have the confidence in it, and that's what you need to have for trading. You need to be confident in the statistics that you've determined from your back testing and your vetting process that over 100 trades, I should expect blah, 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 and I'll show you that in just 1 second. Stand by. Hey, buen dia, Antonio, to demand. Boo. Yeah. Do you guys have Halloween or Halloween? I don't suppose you do in Portugal. I don't remember that in Angola. Every day was Halloween in Angola. Yeah, me too. Well, this drama with IRT and the and the amp rhythmic has been really a mess. I'm shocked. Fortunately, I started out to confirm everything was working right with the rhythmic paper trading on this amp live account, but son of a bitch, or son of a gun. Yeah, there we are. Completely unexpected. Anyway, beautiful day. It's something. At 14 over here right now, which is about 48 F for you Fers out there. And we are at 18 past the hour. So the initial balance trade is the statistic itself will become active. And I can start following it on the trigger over here. Remember that the levels will only start plotting at 9:30. And if I get a trade signal, and trigger. I'll take it automatically and mechanically on Bookmap. hopefully IRT won't launch off on its own and start shooting out shorts. Jesus Christ. If it's as if trading isn't enough, you know, it's got to have it thinking for itself over here. But, you know, that's the reason that you plan ahead and you make sure that you've back tested and forward tested and sideways tested everything you can before you put real money at risk. Antonio here does that. He runs an interactive broker account, so he's very familiar with all of this. Unlike, you know, the prop world or the demo deal. And after all, that's what this is about, you know. It is a business to make money. This is not. If it's just something fun for you to do, and you like, you know, clicking that mouse like you're killing snakes, like kill it, then Greg does over there. Good for you, but it's not what I'm about here with the stream, and that's why the stream can be pretty boring, because I'm disciplined and I'm only taking signal trades based on my vetting process for the 2 initial balance trades. Blue boy is hiding again, that Dill. There you are, sneaky guy. So yeah, we're getting down to, oh, here we go. Are we going to take a trade? We better not, because it's not. Now, what just happened? I hope you're, you know, nothing just happened. We just extended the low of the session so far, and by extension, the IB low a little bit further. Nothing. There's no statistic yet. In 8 minutes, there will be. That's simple. That simple. What the hell is that statistic for? 61 points. I think I know, but okay. As I mentioned earlier, IRT conveniently highlights the correct open type, so we're right, higher in range. And if you notice how the text on some of these is now highlighted blue instead of black, that means that these levels have been achieved so far today. So there we go. Pretty cute, huh? It's called math, boys and girls. Nothing magical whatsoever. It's just data. And if you try, in my opinion, if you make sure you hang your hat on data and probabilities with your trading, you'll probably have a better outcome, I think. Or at least that's You know, I believe the most successful traders and hedge fund people in the world and educators who are real understand and have realized and understand that. And it's not an epiphany of mine, you know. I'm hanging my hat on the consensus. I figure if it's good enough for Jim Simmons and Paul Tudor Jones and Ray Dalio and Mark Douglas and Tom the Trader and all those guys, it's probably going to work for Boomer. You know? There you go. So we've got a new IB low down here. Isn't that fun? No statistic yet. Pretty quick, but no statistics. So no trades on the table yet. What is context doing? I don't think there's much doubt in my mind that it's down. Now, thinking about the IB trades, I guess that we can run through that somewhere here. We're at what? We're at about 25. We're doing this chapter thing manually is a real irritation. That's it. Okay, great. Stand by one. Daughter's friend from college is here. My wife and daughter are Vietnamese, and a young gal also from Vietnam, friend of my daughter's, has come over. They're going to get up to some tomfoolery this morning here at the city center. So, okay, you girls have when do you plan to be back? Okay, lovely, lovely little gal. So no IB yet. What I was getting ready to do here until I got sidewashed, I'm sorry. The initial balance trades. What in the hell is the initial balance statistic? It is very simple. There is a greater than 97.9% probability in all four open types that the IB high or low will be exceeded by price at some point in the balance of the RTH trading session. So, in other words, from 9:30 to 1600, there is a 97.9% probability in all types here, open types, all four of them, that the IB high or low will be exceeded by price. That's the statistic. It is not a thing until 9:30. And what trade I am working on or vetting here are the IB trades, which I mentioned earlier, there's two. If price comes ripping down, takes out the IB low, comes back up, can't get any further, any higher, and continues lower, that's called the IB continuation trade. And that would typically be suggested by a directional day, which we have, right? Context is down pretty directionally, as opposed to a rotational or a balanced day. The other trade, and of course this applies to both the IB high and the IB low. The other trade is it comes down, takes the statistic, can't get any horsepower lower, and does a mean reversion outside in. That's called the IB failure, which is just a fancy name for a mean reversion trade based on the initial balance, high or low, low or high in this case. So we're going to be now, at this very moment, the IB statistic has become active. Okay, bye-bye. Have a nice day. Have fun, girl. Okay. Life, huh? Life's what happens while you're doing stuff else, I guess. Well, life's what happens while you're making other plans. That used to be an old saying. So we are now, the initial balance statistic is active. Remember that this is the mid, so this is equidistant between the two. And let me point out one other thing that's really, I believe, important here. And that is, do not trade toward the statistic. And what do I mean by that? Well, oh boy, we're below the VPOC, we're below the VWAP, so we're close to the IB low, we're going to take out the IB low, and you get short. And this happens. Or this. Boom. Assuming this was after 9:30, we come down here and then this happens. You're gonna, and this is the voice of experience talking, that is not a high probability win or idea, or, methodology to use. The IB statistic trades based on, first the IB statistic is taken and then the other setups. Now, that brings me to the trigger chart, and look at here, lo and behold, there are the levels, there's the titles, and here they are on Bookmap. So there we go. What I'll be watching for now is an IB statistic, and then that would be an A signal, and then I will need a B signal, and then I'll need a trigger before there is an actual structured trade, vetted trade. And I have the vetting stuff to back all of that up from back testing, which we can talk about here in a minute, I guess. I got to make sure everybody's cool here with Tam getting off with her friend and all those things. Okay. Mom's on the phone to Vietnam, and Tam's off to some skullduggery with a friend of hers. And I'm hoping that that I can get a trade signal, a trade off, and IRT, wants to play nice. I don't know. That was such a shocker. I didn't know what to do about that this week. I think I've gotten to the bottom of it, I hope. And as I did yesterday, I didn't put on any signals. And this graph was, as I explained earlier in the pre-market, is a result of testing on both the amp rhythmic, and also there's some that aren't here, obviously, applicable to I have a rhythmic subscription through Bookmap, and I tested both of them to make sure it wasn't something peculiar to an amp, that they'd done some trickery in the background. And it appears to be solely something on IRT. So I think I have it set. I don't want IRT to do any trading. The reason that I've had these cancel and flatten stuff over here is so I could just do that. In case something happened to Bookmap, I thought I would have an alternate, right? Even though I have Rhythmic, Art Trader Pro, and whatever else. That's certainly not important or the case, and I very definitely don't want this situation to happen as was happening, apparently, where it was not recognized. I would go long too, and the portfolio on Rhythmic on IRT would show too short. Then the price would trade up to the risk neutral scale, which would be a sell in a condition of a long, and it would put another short on. So it would be 3 short. Then it would go to the profit target, and instead of flat at profit, it would be 4 short and crazy and underwater. So I think that I have gotten it shut off, that no trading will happen, which is all I care about. And exclusively it will be done on Bookmap. Jesus, what a hassle. I don't know why. I'll reach out to Bill Lind and those guys this weekend maybe, and just to give them a heads up what the hell is going on. So these trades are just some extraneous testing crap I was doing last night, strictly a demo to try to understand what was going on with this issue. However, they were done on, this is the AMP Rhythmic account. They were done in the overnight session. So this is the way Rhythmic does it is by date. So this would be lumped into the 31st. So from last night, at the open of the ETH session, which is 1700 local, any trades taken from last night at 1700 through 1600 today would be considered the 31st of October, and in this grouping. I think I can probably, hold on. Yeah, right there. There they are. There's the 3 or 4 that I did right there. Last night, you can see the times at 1750 through 1903. Last night, trying to figure out what the hell is going on. Crazy. Fingers crossed. Now, what's happened? Ooh, are we going to take out the IB high? Remember when I said don't trade to the statistic? Just common sense. If you have specific rules that you have vetted, stick to them. That's how it goes. It's real simple, actually. Trading isn't simple, but it's not, I don't know how to say it exactly, but it's not complicated. It's like if you have rules, you vet the trades, you have the rules, you take the rules, you rely on the law of large numbers and statistics. Design, coming up with the rules, vetting the rules, all of that stuff isn't simple. Determining how these things work is complicated, lots of moving parts, but it's not some sort of a daunting endeavor, and it certainly shouldn't be based on a hunch or a guess or a feeling. In my opinion, if you make money, the stream is not my way or the highway. If you make money flipping a coin, throwing a dart, guessing, if your wife comes through with blue pants on, you go short, whatever the hell it is, and you make money consistently, don't change. This is what I'm doing. This is my virtual journal, my trading journal. So and I want to share it openly and transparently. So there you go. And let's get back to Trigger Boy over here. And here we are. And there we have it. Well, how did that anticipating the IB low work out? This is what I mean. Huh? I don't suppose. Hold on. Do you suppose there's any coincidence that it got down to that IB low and now we're coming across the range? Wow. Okay. Let me see what's going on now. No signals. One thing I want to point out here, just for the general knowledge in the stream, if you see, there will be signals fire. Let me show you right there. You see there's an A signal and some triggers, but no B signal and no trade, because I am not going to bother delving into coding these signal markers on this trigger chart, which is not in any way connected to the system, to fire in sequence, because I know that that's what has to happen. I know that if I get an A and then I get a bunch of trigger charts or triggers, it's not valid. I need to have a B. If I get a B and there's no A, doesn't matter. On the backtest system itself, absolutely, they will be sequential. That's the whole point of it, or that's one of the key developments of it. This, by the way, this chart was the original development of the trigger chart, and then I thought it best to put a separate tab with just the trigger on it in case I wanted to do something over here. But this is how it works. So if there's some triggers that appear over here and you go, well, why isn't this moron taking the trade? That's why. And here we go up towards the IB high. Huh? Let me just point out to you something that's interesting to do with backtesting. I made this little tool for myself to do some extra calculations that aren't part of the backtest report in IRT. This is the synopsis of a 500-day backtest, 500 trading days, 716 trades, 252 wins, average winners 657, 216 losses, average losers 296. There's 48 scratch, win rate of 52.51, loss rate, expectancy, profit factor, R factor or risk reward ratio in the number of trades per day. It is a 2-lot risk neutral package, so there was 1,432 positions. Of those positions, I can expect a 34 or 30, say 35% of the time I put that trade on, I'm going to achieve T1. 17% I'll go on to T2. And 47% is going to be a stop. But it's profitable because there is a 2.2% risk reward factor. So I'll go through that whole backtest thing. I just thought that was interesting to highlight. And we didn't take out the IB high, did we? Let's look at your old trigger boy over here. It's easier for me. So we got pretty close to it. You see how the B trigger fired? And because of this, this is the a reason for that. I mean, this is part of the criteria for that in this pullback zone. But there's no A and there's no anything else. So I know visually that, okay, great. That's working. That's a good thing. But that's not meaningful as far as taking a trade is concerned. Oop, I don't want that one. I want that one. And again, I am really hopeful that I get some signals and can get these fired off, because I want to be damn sure that this, God, that was surprising. You can imagine, I take along, I look over at IRT, I've got the portfolio thing up trying to make sure that stuff is working. And it says short 2. Price goes up and takes the T1 trade, so I'm now risk neutral, and it says short 3. And losing money, obviously, because the price is going up. Jesus. Obviously, I mean, again, to reiterate that it was a paper trade. I'm testing this out. This is a paper trading rhythmic provided by my AMP Live account. But Jesus, criminy Christ. Go jumping into that without thinking ahead, and suddenly realize that your real money, not prop sim bucks, but your real stuff is going up in smoke. Not a pretty picture. And I can assure you that as much as I want to trade live, as much as I want to put all this, move on to the next back testing scenario, etc., ain't going to happen until I'm 100% sure that this is working, that all of my systems and interacting product, connectivity programs, etc., are working right. Obviously, that should be real apparent. But you can imagine, like, what the hell? Jesus. In case anybody else is using IRT and is in this similar situation, what I was able to determine from an article from Bill Lind, a recent article from Bill Lind, recent, a couple of years ago, is that this particular quote page right here called Trading List, what you can get to from the object manager, is the key thing. If there are symbols in this quote page, these symbols will enable IRT to trade the symbol. If it says nothing, if there are no symbols in that quote page, as there are here, and you can, I keep it like this. Here's something you may not know. Watch this. If you go like that, you see how all of this is down here, and it's no longer in the chart heading. If you close that up, you can minimize all of that noise, and it all comes into the heading. Little aside to save space. So I've set this up so that I can just look right here and see 0 symbols, and I'm taking Bill at his word that this is going to be correct. I'm not going to have the portfolio thing open because that drove me crazy. I will, once in a trade, I will immediately open the position tool from Rhythmic itself, from the Rhythmic connection, which, and let me start over here a little bit. All of the data here that you see in Bookmap or IRT is from the single Rhythmic connection via the plugin mode, or whatever the hell you call it in Rhythmic. So there you go. That's as much as I know, but I'll tell you one thing: if you want a surprise, if you want an adrenaline jolt, think you're doing really good with a risk neutral. You're scaled risk neutral and looking for your T2 target, and glance over and notice that you're short 3 and losing money hand over fist. That was not a pretty picture. Sim money. But I've been really fortunate, I think, in that way back when I first started trading a combine with Topstep or whatever, back in 2014, I have the same physiological emotion and everything. I don't make any differentiation between sim and live. I mean, I was just as freaked out looking at that, knowing full well that it's a paper trading account. I guess, and I think that's a good thing, because I think some people like Greg or Kiloton, whatever, that just must wear out a mouse a day, clicking that damn thing. It must be something different, I guess. I don't know how anybody could be so cavalier. Otherwise, I'm not saying anything wrong or right about anybody. I'm pointing out something that just an observation, and I felt lucky. I felt fortunate. Well, we're sneaking up on 2 hours. We haven't taken an IB statistic. Oh, let's trade to the stat, boys. What do you think? We're above the VPOC. We're above VWAPs. We're above the mid. Oh, we're going to take the IB high for sure. I can't stress enough the number of disappointing results I have trying that idea out. And if you want to vet that particular strategy, knock yourself out. Set up a backtest system that says when you're above all of those levels and you're within X amount of points or whatever the criteria is you want to have, you're going to take out one or the other, then do that and see if it works out statistically. And remember that when you're doing this vetting story, you need to be real conscious that your sample set is outside the possibility, as best you can, of random distribution. Meaning, the simplest way to look at random distribution is we all know that a coin is 50-50. Flipping a coin. Flip it 10 times. Are you at all surprised that you got more heads than tails or vice versa? No. I don't think anybody is. That's random distribution. When I do a back test over here, it shows me, where am I? Not too close to anything. Let's set up a back test quickly. Let's not do 500 days. Okay. We're going to back test 500 days now. I don't like doing this in the actual trading day, but the way this is, what's going to happen is when I click back test, the computer is going to go back through 500 trading days and evaluate each one of these rules over every 1 minute candle going back 500 days. This is the super advantage of backtesting. Maybe if you're going to live to 600 years old, you could do that yourself manually, but I'm not going to do that. So let's backtest it. And there we go. This system just backtested, ran every one of those rules over 493 trading days. Looking back 500 days, that's how many actual trading days there were, just count holidays and whatever else. It took 6 seconds. It evaluated 217,705 1-minute candles. RTH session only. It looked at 713 trades. The point I was going to get to is the drawdown is $2,200. That's important to know for your account. Here we go. Maximum consecutive winners in a row, 9. Maximum consecutive losers in a row, 7. So you need to be prepared, and the average loser is $296. Just call it $300. You need to make sure that your account and your, risk tolerance is at least double $2,100, because that's what the maximum consistent consecutive losers was with this particular set of rules, looking back over 500 days. That is doing a back test the way I look at it. And there are incidentally, there's the individual rules. If you want to, go back and verify everything, there's each and every trade going back to the December 1st, 2023 at 10:37 in the morning. We got an IB continuation long. We got a T1 and we got a T2, and it evaluates to $750. And you can do that for every one of 700 and whatever it was, 13 or something trades. There you go. So if you set that all up and you had a way figured out that you were going to look at, actually achieving the statistic rather than having a trade that's based on after the statistic, that's the way you do it. And let's get over to Trigger Boy over here. And again, this is not my way or the highway. And if I can help anybody, if anybody here is interested in having something tested out, suggest those rules and I'll try to code it up and we can do it together. That would be great. As a matter of fact, I consider that I have properly vetted the IB trades. So I'm looking to do the next setup, because I want to have more than one, trade in I want to have more than one bullet in the gun, in the chamber, in the clip, right? The reason, and just a side note, the reason I chose the initial balance trades, which I've gone through and will not do again at this point, it gives me two opportunities. There's the IB failure, the fancy name for the mean reversion trade based on the IB. And there's the IB continuation trade. What does that mean? Well, the continuation trade is suggested by a directional day, and the failure day, the IB failure, is suggested by and expected within a balanced or rotational day. So that gives me a setup, a vetted setup for each, a directional or a rotational balanced day. And incidentally, in case you don't know this part, there is a greater percentage of trading days which are rotational than are directional. Granted, this last, you'd never know that since about April sometime, or about the election. It's been pretty much crazy, but crazy tongue in cheek, because volatility is what gives us the ability to trade, right? So, it's a double-edged sword, or a mixed blessing, or whatever, however you want to look at it. So yeah, I'm glad you're here. Smack a thumbs up and a subscribe, but most importantly, drop some. Antonio and I get tired of talking to each other over here. I'm sure he started listening to me. Okay. Let me say at this point right now, I will do as I did day before yesterday. If I'm not, I will continue to trade as always and anticipate stock, keep Blue Boy in view so that I have a constant understanding or concept, realization of context, which is what's happened. Well, we were short. Now we're coming back. We're rotating, eh? They could very well build this out and we could end up with a balanced day. Very possible. Anyway, I'm going to continue that through the day. In my backtest rules, which I can show you, I have, and something that you should do if you get into this, end of day rules, which says that when we reach a time that you can set up, let's see. Well, here's the end of day rule. Okay. Basically says that if the position from the session start or session close is so many, and you can set this up to say, well, here I can show you. Minutes from end of session, then it'll automatically do this stuff, which is close the damn trades out and set everything to zero. Set these various flags to zero, which are used for lots of different stuff. Okay, so 90 minutes is 1430, right? In other words, if I'm in a trade in this, when I'm back testing and this system is running automatically, if it is in a trade and 1430 happens, boom, closes out everything instantly. So what I'm going to do, as I did day before yesterday, if I don't have a triggered trade to confirm what's going on with IRT and that everybody's working all right, I will do as I did yesterday afternoon and evening and the day before, and I'll just throw some trades on to watch what happens, because I want to have this over with and be able to get into the live market starting next week. I will also start with micros. I'm not going to start looking at $12.50 a tick and not know that everything is 100% rosy. I want to see what kind of slippage I can expect from the amp stuff. That's all different, right? When you're trading prop or a sim, you don't have slippage. You don't have any of those things. When you put an order in the book, oh, hey, Panda. You going to say hi to Antonio? That wasn't a very loud meow. He doesn't think you love him anymore. Now you got me confused. I forgot what I was saying, man. So I will be testing it out with micros, right? I want to see what the slippage is when you enter a trade in the live market. I'm sure Antonio is aware of this one. The book changes. If I enter a one lot right anywhere, say I go down here and throw a one lot in at this, let's say 86, it's going to go from 78 to 79 if it's a one lot or whatever it is. I want to be sure how all of that is functioning, and I'll do it in the live market with micros. I'm going to risk $1.25, not $12, $12.50. So there you go. Hey, baby. It's Friday. Are you scared of all this stuff? Are you scared of all the both ghosts and goblins that are coming? Huh? Do you know that? Do you know ghosts and goblins are coming? Oh, Panda wants to start trick or treat early. She demanded snacks there. So anyway, I'm just putting those things out in advance because that kind of figures into transparency, in my opinion. If I've told you now that at 1430, if I have not gotten a signal trigger and taken the trade, I am going to just start slapping on some trades over here to see how the interaction between IRT, Bookmap, and the Rhythmic account with AMP function, because I was spooked, man. That was pretty spooky. Pretty spooky. And it was spooky because I'm not really still sure why, you know? And that's the worst part. It's one thing if you know, well, yeah, that happened, you know. Why'd the car stop? It ran out of gas. Okay, I know that part. Know what I mean? But let's see. I got long. It says I'm long. Okay, that's good. Now it says I got short. No, wait a minute. Now it says I'm short 5. I mean, what the hell? You see my point. So I want to be sure of all of these things because it's real money and it's a business. It's not a video game or gambling or a prop or whatever else. And I guess I could spend a minute, and I think this will be the last time. I may put up a recording about the story with Topstep, just to, because I'm tired of doing this. But I think it's important to put it out there. So as you know, or you may not know, but the stream started out being, and I've been in and around and associated with and a supporter of, had a live account or two with Topstep since about 2014. And this stream started out as a Topstep evaluation. My thinking was it was going to be 0 to hero to the live account. And I'll say at the outset, I don't have a problem with over trading or breaking rules or blowing up or daily drawdown and all that stuff. I never hit any of those things. I just methodically go along, follow my bracket orders, and away we go. So I was in the process of that. And to further illustrate stuff, I had a total of 5 evaluation accounts, 50,000 evaluation accounts, all of which have a profit target of $3,000. And I was using the copy trade thing, which is still in there, I'm sure. Right there. Okay. Now, I have no accounts to multi-thing, so I can't turn that on, and I'm not going to. But that's the way that works is you pick one lead account, and the other 4 are trailers or whatever they call them. Every trade that I took here on the stream would be faithfully reproduced to the other 4. And you could see all the confirmations run up here in a row. Go back and look at some of the old streams. You can see that. And I was fat, dumb, and happy, and Mo was going along and pretty pleased with the way things were developing. August 1st, Topstep made the decision that they were no longer going to support any other data providers or software platforms except this Topstep X, which is a white labeled thing from Program X. I won't Google it for yourself. They started out in the Forex world. It's one of those situations where it's like MetaTrader, where they provide the broker or the provider, like Topstep, a whole bunch of back office tools. They can put you in the A book. They can put you in the B book, which slows down your fills and does all this kind of stuff. So I don't think that's something I want to do. I emailed them and I said, but I have not broken any rules. You changed the game. You changed the goalpost in the game, not me. I've not broken any rules. I'm not, my consistency, all that stuff. And they said, yeah, they agreed, as I expected they would. Yeah, no problem. As long as you keep going like that, we'll, support you right through till the live account. And I have an email to that effect from the head of support, Greg, whatever his name is. Well, that went along okay. In August was a little bumpy. There was one account had to get straightened out again in September. First week or something into October, all the accounts went dark. I emailed the guy thinking, oh, here we go again. And I get the email back, well, sorry, we made a decision. We've severed all ties with Rhythmic or anybody else. And thanks for your support. Goodbye. About a year's worth of work, consistency, no broken rules. Never mind paying for the for 5 combines. Just goes, thanks a lot, dummy. Go screw yourself. And I have, of course, backups of the emails and screenshots of the dashboard and all that stuff. I'm not going to sue them. I'm not, at first I wanted to shoot everybody, right? But the reality is I thought, okay, well, boy, did I learn an expensive lesson there. I'll look at it from a glass half full point of view, that I did have a lot of experience and practice trading in that period of time. No question. But you can probably imagine my disappointment. So back to square one. And by the way, those 5 accounts were one profitable trade from all 5 being over the profit target and in the XFA, more or less. I think one of them was a little less than that or something. So yeah, pretty darn disappointing. And here we are with an amp. I looked at other prop outfits, and then I thought long and hard about it, and I thought, well, talk to Rod and some guys in Static. Antonio trades live, and I thought, this is just stupid. I'm gonna not do this anymore. Let me point something out here with the VPOC migration. You notice there are 2. There's the muted yellow, which you see there highlighted. That's the full session. Right now, it's about 11,099 contracts have traded at 68.95. This is the RTH session, which is a brighter yellow. At the moment, it is 10,956. Whereas 8350 is up here. So we've got to get 2,300 more contracts traded out at 95 for the RTH session POC to migrate up there. There you go. Kokomo Joe. And yeah, any feedback, any suggestions on a statistic to vet, or questions? Put them in the chat. That'd be great. Do we have any trades going off? No. These are I feel like I say this a lot, but I keep seeing people come and go and numbers increasing in the stream. So I assume that it's maybe people that are just dropping in that don't know what this stuff means. I'm not sure what to do about that. These levels are just indicators which I've coded up, and these signal markers are for this particular chart. This chart has nothing to do with the trading system or live trading. It is for my visual confirmation. Did this happen where it's supposed to, when it's supposed to? In the case of this signal, it did right here, but it's meaningless because there's no A and there's no anything else, and there's no A being the first signal, which is the initial balance statistic. What this trigger chart does is, I can show perhaps better here, these lines and levels and signals, triggers A, no B, absolutely faithfully reproduce the signals and levels for the rules in the trading system, but there's no connection. These are for me to understand, is this happening when and where I expect it to? I'm not going to explain that anymore until I get into I'll do a every day about the last half hour, the last hour I go through the back test in detail. So I'll do that. I feel like I repeat myself a lot. It must be just mind numbing to somebody that's been around the stream before or every day or whatever. But I feel it. I don't know what to do about that, you know? I don't know what to think about new people that have come in and go, what is this crap? What's this idiot old guy doing? So that's what this trigger chart's about. Here's another B. Ooh, are we trading? No. We have not taken the IB statistic yet. And here's something that's real interesting that happened yesterday. We traded the entire day until 14:20. Well, 14:16. Right here, you'll see the time and all the stats when I highlight a candle. Before we finally took the initial balance statistic, and it was the initial balance low. The entire freaking day. Until almost the last 30 minutes, right? The last 40 minutes. Right here. So, and now here we go again. So it's not it's not out of the question that we will not. See how this progress bar is gray? That means the chart is frozen because I've been looking back at something and it will not be updating. Not good, as you might imagine. And also you can tell that the volume profile is not on this detent line, whatever they call that. Now I've got it set. The progress bar is white, meaning it's, plotting as expected. A little IRT-ism for you. So we could stand here the whole freaking day just as I did yesterday and Monday and Tuesday. No trades Monday, no trades Tuesday, no signals. Wednesday, no signals. And at the end of the day, I finally took some trades to see what was going on with this IRT thing because Friday was when it first showed its head. Friday, I took a signal and looked over and, it was long and it was saying I was 5 short and that was, or 4 or whatever it was. And I do screen snaps and all that stuff, of course, and you can see it in the stream. It's all live. And so Wednesday afternoon is when I did similar to what I've just said I'm going to do today. If I haven't gotten any signal trades, I'm going to just start putting some on in this paper trading account and see what the hell happens, to confirm that I'm getting the behavior that I expect. And it's Halloween, boys and girls. Get your sweet tooth all, brush your teeth, get your sweet tooth all polished up. It's going to be a pretty good Halloween over here. It's 18C now, which is about 57 for all you effers over there, out here, over here, wherever I am. Notice the pullback and continuation zones here, the color and the titles. I've included those in my... I push those through the book map just to give myself an extra heads up here, the continuation zones, there's the IB and the pullback zones for both sides. I'm not going to mess with the triggers because it's pretty confusing over here. I mean, it's getting kind of busy over here now with all the session levels and session prices and these pullback zones. And to be clear for you or for anybody that's listening, the stream, the trigger zone, the trigger is just 1 point either side of the IB, high or low. So I don't think I need to plot that. And on that note, besides keeping Blue Boy in view over here, that sneaky little devil, I keep 1 point high on, I try to keep 1 point high on the price ladder because I want to have a consistent concept of scale and what we're doing. Makes sense to me, and this is the point of the stream, right? So here we are, stuck in the middle again, huh? Like the old song. They're going to mess around and build this thing out to a rotational day if they're not careful. In other words, they can trade this, repair this center out and have it just as pretty as you please. And I guess it's important to point out that the statistic is, whatever I said, greater than 97.9% or point, well, let's look. Greater than 97.9% probability that the IB high or low will be exceeded at some point in the balance of this RTH session for all four open types. What does that mean really? Well, that means that there is a 2.1% probability that neither one of the IB high or low will be taken out. And we damn near got that day before yesterday, or yesterday when we finally got the IB low at 1421. A couple of 3 weeks ago, we actually did close the session out without taking the IB high or low. The point is, the statistic is not 100%, right? Meaning it's a statistic. And also be sure you remember that that is looking backward. The data set is 2,000 trading days. If you're looking at 10,000 trading days or 10 trading days, you know, that's how you're doing the statistics. And, you know, again, I suggest it's real important to make sure your statistical data set or your sample set is greater than, or hopefully is outside random distribution. Because of all the wonderful things it does. It's already 2 hours and 30 minutes. 2 hours and 30 minutes in. Phew. Here we stand. What do we got going on somewhere else there? Well, we're pretty much red across the board except for the NASDAQ, which is kind of bizarre. And it's up 1.1%. Oh, they're all, no, I'm sorry. I'm looking at the change. I was looking at the high and low. Sorry. High volume, absolutely, for this period. About $1.20, I'm guessing. Oh, well, it can't be true. Oh, I see why it's the problem here. Let's put that on the RTH only, shall we? I don't think that can be true. And I'll tell you why. God damn, everything I seem to be questioning all this data all of a sudden, and I don't like that. But here's my thinking. We're at 630. Well, yeah, we're only at 2 minutes. I get 2 hours, I guess. 630,000 contracts so far since 1700 last night. Typically, we end the session at about 1,000,000.3, 0.2. So this ought to be pretty much on track because we're about halfway through, right? Aren't we? Where are we? I don't even know what time it is anymore. Holy crap. We're getting ready to wind up RTH1. So now we're a little bit, yeah, I guess it's, I mean, obviously the statistics and the data is what it is. That's why it's important to rely on statistics and data and not your interpretation or your feeling about it. I guess that makes sense. Oh, yeah. Trady, trady, trady. And there's all random risk is one of the things about the random risk band being in Asia. It's the middle of the night, right? They're 12, 13 hours ahead of us. So our potential random risk, let's declare war tweets, are unlikely. Some of the craziest things lately, we're going to he wants to resume nuclear testing. That hasn't been a thing since the 60s, I don't think. 70s anyway. Nuclear proliferation ban and all that stuff. I don't know where this stuff is even coming from, and they're gonna attack Venezuela. Did you see that? Where did random risk go? Here we are. Let's look at financial juice. Yeah, well, good for them. I don't think we should be cutting rates. So, White House posts a proclamation on copper in the Federal Register. I don't know what any of this means. And I've been a U.S. citizen for a long time. I don't know what this, goddamn this, they lay awake nights thinking of ways to try to circumvent the three branches of government, I think. You know, he's desperately trying to be able to run the show. I don't know what a proclamation means for Freeport's Miami shelter. I don't know. I have no idea what that means. I guess they're going to try to, euthanize homeless people. I mean, what the hell? We're going to close all the homeless shelters and clean everything. What are you going to do with the people? I mean, it's a people problem. I think. Crazy. I don't know what to think about all these proclamations and horseshit. Yeah. What is I going to show you? Oh, here was this morning early. Somewhere. Where'd it go? No, where the hell did that go? Did they take him out of here? I copied them, so let's see where they went. Well, that's pretty weird. I don't see it now. Here is the actual snap, so I can prove it. 7:36 today. U.S. strikes on Venezuela could come at any moment. It decided to attack Venezuelan military sites. Okay. And last night, there was a headline that I'm not going to go looking around, CNN or wherever or BBC, for example, that Trump wants to start up nuclear testing. There's a good idea. Now I'm pretty, okay, so there's 7:30. 7:36 it was. There we go. There they are. Okay, they didn't take them out. I was going to go, wait a minute, that's crazy. You know, I don't see anything in here about nuclear testing, but that was pretty random. I hadn't thought about that in a long time. I don't know what to say. But I can say something's going on over here. No question about that. Man, man, oh man, oh man. Man, oh man, oh man. Standing by, waiting for triggers. This is the way you trade when you're doing it on a statistical business, as a statistical business. Somewhere around here, I probably have something about that. Stand by. Got to go out and take care of some stuff out here with the gal. Something's happening. Likely news. Let's see if we get a trade. Now, let's start over. Let's see if we get a statistic. And then that'll be rule A. Then we'll have rule B. Then we'll have to get a trigger. And then we would have a trade. I will say that at this point, I'm anticipating the trade so I can zoom in to watch for price if I need that to happen. I don't need to yet. This is how I'm doing it now. You see the context for the day so far because Blue Boy's on duty over there. We're pretty much balanced now, aren't we? We were down, we pulled her up, and now we're back down here. And what I want to do is confirm. I've got trade control panel green, means I've selected a way to trade with the mouse. It's unlocked. I've selected both. I don't need the trade control panel anymore, and I know that this is a 2-lot configuration, which is the risk neutral package. So I can shut that back off, get the real estate back, and still be able to trade. I'm set up and ready to go with a risk neutral 2-lot package. Checklist, pre-landing checklist right there, boys and girls. Pre-takeoff, I guess you could call it. Yeah. Back to the trigger. Cool. Isn't this fun? trading fun. Nobody said, in my opinion, actually, if trading is in any way an adrenaline rush for you, you shouldn't be doing it. You need to rethink what you're doing and be more methodical and more planned, I think. Let me say something here while I have an opportunity to, before I get carried away. I'm just trying to get this stupid thing to work. Every day I need to say this. I relied very heavily with OBS on a plugin, which was broken with the last OBS update, and it was for the chapter markers. I had it all set up with hotkeys, and it was really slick. It worked like $1 million. The fellow has not been able to fix it yet, and something has just happened here now. Somebody has said something, we don't have a reaction, and a big volume spike like this out of no place. Somebody said something, in my opinion. That's what I have come to realize about the market we're in today. Do you think that this isn't news driven? How are you managing your risk? What do you think about that? And here we go. Okay. Now the next thing to do is, for me, is to try to figure out what the hell, who said what. And all I'm seeing is these proclamations, which can't have anything to do with anything. The summit only starts at midday. This guy hasn't started talking yet, and the Chicago PMI is already out. So I do not know. Nothing is showing up in my news stuff here that would give me a heads up as to what. Oh, I don't want that one. I got the wrong button. As to what this would be. But I can promise you that that is something. And I'm thinking news driven. I don't think that that's just price action. What do I know? But I can tell you one thing. I'm going to wait for triggers, and I'm going to wait for my setup, and I'm going to wait. And nothing to do, right? That's what I was getting ready to say was if your trading is, an emotional response or fraught with adrenaline, then rethink it. Maybe, baby. I'm going to say something here quickly before I'm being called out to the other room. So, and I'm sure it smells like a good idea. So I'm going to go with that. What we have here and why I'm talking about this is something I refer to as your monkey mind. And Tom calls it hide. And, some people think about it, the little devil and the angel on Sylvester's shoulders there in the cartoons. It's real simple. Whether you believe in evolution or, creation, I think everybody agrees that the human species, or, Homo sapiens, have been around a long time and developing. That's proven in the fossil records. DNA, etc. So we have a lot of stuff built into our wiring, our DNA, FOMO. Risk aversion, wanting to be right, all of those psychological things that are considered triggers or whatever for traders, that's part of your natural or your monkey mind, your wiring. You're never going to eliminate that stuff. It's a waste of time and effort and disappointment to try. What I believe the correct way to approach it is as follows. Be continually aware of yourself while you're trading. How am I feeling? Am I getting all hamped up here? Do I have emotional? Am I getting an adrenaline rush? And then don't act on it. Simple. Be an adult. I don't overtrade. I'm disciplined. I take signals when they present themselves, and that's the approach I follow for a vetted trade. Whatever you use, do the same thing. If it's fear of missing out, if you're chasing, if you're revenge trading, any of that crap, be aware of that and don't act on it. Simple. Now, it looks to me like we're going to get a signal down here before too long. Maybe. So we'll see. And Blue Boy's slid off behind the barn again, that sneaky devil. There you go. Down. Rotation. Down. Whatever the hell that was. Whatever news saying, whatever it was. I don't know. And here is the getting ready to have a potential signal here. This would be an A signal. Not yet, but potential. Remember when I said don't trade to the statistic? Well, that's about as close as you're going to get to an IB statistic and get salt pounded up your backside with a stop. If you did that, that's six handles across there. 7, you know? That's a really good example of why you should not trade in anticipation of a level or a statistic, because this is price. This is a random environment. There are millions of people expressing their opinion in this market every day, every second. Absolutely random. The outcome of the next trade is statistically proven to be 50-50. This is a binary action. Trade price can only go up or down a tick at a time. It can't go sideways. It can't go at an angle. It goes up or down. What does that mean? That's a binary event. That is 50-50. The probability of the next trade is 50-50. 50%. 50-50 chance is going to go up. 50-50 chance is going to go down a tick. That's it. Look how close we got to that initial balance statistic, and we're turning around and going the other way. And would I like to have a signal and then a B signal and then a statistic and then a trigger? You bet. Absolutely. You know? Do I have those things? No. Am I going to take a trade? Or, or even worse, am I going to, that's close enough. That's a stat. I'm going to call that an A. That's called a discretionary, stupid move, in my opinion. For me, that would be ridiculous. That is one of the insidious monkey mind tricks. Humans are phenomenally good at imagining patterns and justifying or rationalizing what they do. Is this a statistic? No. Is it good enough? That's ridiculous. Can I zoom in and watch price action? I can, but why? I'm looking at the bigger picture. And we don't have a stat yet. Means we don't have an A signal yet. Means we don't have a B signal, means we don't have a trigger. Are we going to? Likely. If I had to flip a coin or guess or bet or do something like that, I'd say we're probably going to take the IB statistic to the IB low as the statistic, probably. Just looking at the trade, looking at the context from up here down. I mean, lower lows, lower highs, this pullback, what was this? Now here we go again. What was this thing? Who said what, where, there? Somebody did something there, that's for sure. Did we strike Venezuela? No, we didn't. God, we're going to declare war. Man. I'm thinking that these fellas will do anything they can to further the misdirection. That's kind of the way I see the things of being run. It's kind of a misdirection. A bunch of bad news comes out. Well, let's create a big dust storm over here so everybody focuses on that because the news cycle is so short. I kind of think that's the way the things are being managed at this point, or at least that's the feeling I have. The economy's crap. We can't get the government back to work. The Epstein thing will not go away and keeps getting bigger. So what's the response? Stand up, be honest, take your medicine, hope, declare war on Venezuela. Jesus Christopher Christ. First it was the trade thing with Canada and Mexico. When was the last time you heard about a bunch of noise about Mexico? I can safely say I really don't get it. I'm pretty sure I don't like it, but I don't get it. And here we come. Now, this is important. Here. This is important. Here. We have taken the IB statistic technically, but we do not have a signal in my world. We do not have an A signal yet. This close needs to be below this IB low. Then it would be an A signal. And there's a B, which is meaningless. And I'll point out to you right now that this will not be an A signal if it closes below the IB low, because part of that rule requires the preceding bar to have a close lower than the open. And if I'm not mistaken, a low higher than the IB, but I have to go back and look. Very definitely, I know that the close has got to be lower than the open on the preceding bar, and the trigger bar has got to be, or the signal bar has got to be open above the close, high above the IB, and open above the IB, and the close below the IB for an A signal to happen. So now we could do so. If we close below here, we can get an A because we have a descending circumstance, or preceding bar is in alignment. So let's see what happens. Right after. Been getting a lot of this lately. Is this fun? Nope. Am I going to just pencil whip it and take a trade? Nope. Am I going to discretionarily, is that a word? take a non-valid rule and do something and hope? Am I going to hope that this stupid son of a gun closes below that IB? Yeah, and you get an A. Well, there we go. We got us an A. Isn't it cute? Okay. You understand how that worked, eh? Now we have an A signal. We need a B signal, and then we need a trigger. And then a hardy high-ho silver. Then we're going to go short. The B should happen. Come on down in there. Down there. That should be a B.
The IB low is taken.
A continuation B. I hope. Because I'm thinking continuation is the way to go here, but you never know. These damn monitors are, my eyes are getting really bad. These monitors are killing me. What I've done with these two big monitors just for like, oh, there's the B. Okay, now we have the A and we have the B. What needs to happen now is we need to pull back to the trigger zone, at which point I will put on a short. And I'll tell you what I can do at this point to get real ahead of this whole thing. I can put a resting order at the IB, just below it. Right there. That is a resting short at the IB. And that would be the trigger. I could actually get a little tighter to the IB if I wanted to be a little less bold. And this son of a bitch. But let's leave it there and see what happens. You understand what's going on, right? It's an A and a B, and that would be the trigger. Within 1 point of the IB low. The IB low being 75 and this being 73. So that's actually two ticks. I'll tell you what I think I might do is pull this right up here to the IB like that. Give myself a little more room. And I have no idea. Here's a problem that I will say I've had before. I'm going to eliminate this resting order, and I'll tell you why. It's real frustrating, and it has happened before in the last couple of days. Price would come up to
the IB low,
the trigger, but not the IB, and will drive off and leave me sitting there. So what I need to see is a price right there at this low, for example. When price gets there, depending on what the action looks like it's doing, mark it in or hit into a trade. Whether that's a good idea or whether leaving the resting order sitting here or not, I don't know. The reason I'm not putting the resting order exactly at the trigger, what if we get an extra point, right? That means where would the stop? Now look at where the stop would be here. Right in the middle of all this traffic, which is not a good thing. And don't forget that the trigger zone can be 1 point above or below. If we get up here at 74.75, then our stop would be outside this consolidation area. That's worth thinking about. And now what are we going to do? See, there's the trigger. No, not quite. One tick from the trigger. And if you look over here, no trigger. That's a little arrow. So that's a real question as to what do I do? Do I put myself just outside the trigger zone so I've got to stop outside of
the
this
IB low is taken.
consolidation here? That makes logical sense. We're getting a base down here. There's a whole lot of people picking the bottom down here. There we go.
Submitted.
We're in the short at that trigger zone. Oh, I screwed up. I don't have a trigger. Why not? I don't have a trigger on my trigger chart over here. What happened? How did that work? I got to see what's going on there, boys and girls. We got an A, we got a B. Where's the trigger? A trigger's this little guy like that. Should be right down here. There we are. There's the trigger. Okay. So it's belated, but it's a trigger. Now I've got to get my T1 in there. And that's at 03, 06, 13, 06. Let's call it square. Huh? Or let's make it 5. Trade 1 entry short. And there's the T1 scale. And what's going on? Okay, now I got to get my T1 in there. Boy, this not having these things is a pain in the butt. 06, 50, 50. Okay, there's the T1 scale, and now what I want to do here is quickly. This is all correct, as it should be. Am I going to get a scratch, which I would just as soon not get? I'd like to get a T2 out of this freaking thing at some point. What do I want to do now? Let's see here. I want to look at rhythmic positions. Short one. Okay. That's correct. So that's good. So IRT is not being crazy. Performance. Now, I don't know whether this is going to work with all those crap trades from last night. 31. Where are I? Where am I? 1105. Short. 1. Okay. It looks like Bookmap or IRT is not being weird. Here. Thank you very much. And we can zoom in a bit, right? We can get in tighter. We can get more screwed in, vertically, whatever you want to do. I'd like to see him bust down through there, obviously, and take out a target. And what am I doing now? I am going to manage the
IB low
trade,
is
and I'm going to just sit back with my feet up and a big smile on my face because it's risk neutral.
Hey, the IB low is taken.
And there we are. And now I can start thinking about things. Since this is a vetted trade, and I am no longer, when you're vetting your setups, you cannot make any changes to stops, targets, or that particular trade cannot be included in the data set for vetting, because obviously how can you possibly pull a statistic on how many times did I stop if you move your stop all over the place? How many times did I achieve T1 if you move T1 all over the place? You can't do that. So after you have vetted the trade, however, you can start manage the trades. For example, I could trail up, never in 1,000 years move your stop away from entry, widen your stop out, but I could trail up to here. Right? I could trail up to these swing highs and this previous target. That would lock in those two, that level. I think we're going to probably trade on, and what my initial feeling now is to let that go. The next probability could be, how low could we go? Can we get down here to settlement? Shall I trail to settlement? What else is down here? There's a previous RTH low down here, and there's settlement. Should I move my profit target down to the settlement area and then manage the trade by trailing? These are things that you can deal with your trading. I'm so conditioned after all of this. I'm going to let this run and see if we achieve T2. And think and call it square. Because I'm hungry and she's got a table full of my favorite snacks out there. And I'm really excited that this bullshit hasn't flipped upside down. Still got zero going on here. That's a good thing. That seems to be the case, and there's nothing in the portfolio. This is the paper trade account, so there's no trades going off. This is where all that bunch of stops and nonsense was happening. And this is real irritating that this is doing, I don't know why this trigger chart keeps coming across to here. It's definitely not supposed to. The trigger chart is supposed to live over here, right? And I think, I don't know what's happening now, to be honest with you. Let's get to here. There we go. What should I do? Should I manage the trade by trailing up? The way you could do that, there's a lot of different ways. Break even, T1. The kind of the conventional wisdom, I think, is to trail up just above, in the case of a short like this, the last swing high, I think. I'm going to probably I'm not going to let it come back in my face because that's just annoying. This is a paper trade account. I've achieved a huge positive in that I'm not getting any conflicting, annoying BS from IRT as far as the trades. And that's really great. So, yeah. Let's get back to the order of business over here and wait for our trade. And then this is how it would work, right? Are we going to get some? The sellers are hitting in there pretty hard, but we're not seeming to get a lot of movement south. Which, if you're, you could convince yourself that you should trail up behind this swing high, and that's a decision that you need to make for yourself. Locks in the profit, no question about it. But we have these pretty well-known targets, settlement and previous low and things down below us. So I don't know. Something that you can do in your backtesting. You can do all of those kinds of things. You can trail up when you reach a certain positive stock ticks. Now, see, if I had a trail up here, I'd be out of the trade. Is that okay? One of the things that Rod and company have asked me to test before is what if you don't take the risk neutral scale? For example, instead of the scale, you take them both off at 36, for example. The reason some guys don't like this risk neutral system after they have gotten thoroughly comfortable with and confident in their ability to identify and to take A+ trades, you've given away half your profit potential right here. So statistically, it's way ahead of the game to have both targets at 36 ticks, for example, rather than 48 and 12. So, well, what would that be? That would be 36 times 2 is 130, right? 132. No. 22. As opposed to this configuration with a risk neutral scale and a T2 target at 48 ticks would yields 60, a 60 tick profit. If you see the point, I mean, if you see where that's going, does it make sense to come up? Are we going to get another low of day? Should I bring the target up just below the low? Do I think we're going to run down there because there's been a whole bunch of boys and girls picking tops and bottoms? Yeah, I do. Do I want to scale up here because I'm hungry? Yeah, I do. Yeah, I do. But this is a huge weight off my shoulders, knowing that I have all of this working properly. I'll confirm it, of course, with all of the rhythmic stuff. Look at there, boy. Huh? You going to get that guy? Yeah, I'm just there we go. Okay, there's our T2. Now, I got to do a couple of things here. First of all, 317.31. Oh, 03. 17. Boy, this is a pain in the ass. Mainly because my eyes are bothering me on. Oh, let's call it 40, I guess. And there's the T2, T1, T2. Oh, there you go. Now you have a risk neutral trade. I'm happy. The snacks on the table are going to be attacked with ferocity. Next, I'll do my set of, this is just something I do every day. And this is for record keeping, right? Okay. So there's today's trade. $750, 60 points. Brings us back within 16 ticks of profitability. What I do here is now, oops, thing wants to argue with me a lot, is do a snap of that. And this is for the journaling and my record keeping. But hey, the point of the stream is point it all out, right? And I don't like that lower chart means nothing to me. Break even and stuff. I know what's going on here. And let me just highlight the fact that you can turn these, these markers and this stuff off and on as much as you want, but I like it a lot. I like the break even line. I know what's going on here, but in any screen snap or for the point of view of the stream or whatever else, very clear. Now, see what would have happened if I'd have moved my target down here to the settlement or just above it? That would be another, that's another 6, 7 handles. Remember, I talked about that earlier, right? But I let my hunger overwhelm me. Took out 148 stops south there. What I would have done was come down just ahead of settle and leave a couple of ticks for the sweeper, and then probably gotten out, maybe not, whatever. But it's over with now. That trade is in and out of is in the book. After all that tomfoolery last night, well, I think this was 76 or something like that. Yeah, it must have been 76. Minus 76 points after all that hocus pocus last night, which is completely meaningless, just testing out the system. I have no signal, no nothing, just throwing on trades as fast as I could to see the outcome. But this was a very definitely scheduled, vetted trade, IB continuation trade with all the signals in place to T1 and T2. So yeah, I'm pretty tickled about that. And what's happening with Trigger Boy over here? Well, no triggers coming up. What was it a good idea to keep context in mind and align with context? I think so. Blue Boy helped out. The team player here. He's a team guy. There you go. I'm going to step away and go and partake of my wife's handiwork.
Hey, the IB low is taken. 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 Hey, the IB low is taken.
Another set of trades setting up here. There's an I, there's a A, there's a B, and there's a trigger. Fantastic. But I was busy stuffing my face. So there's an A, a B, and a trigger. So far, so good. That makes me real encouraged, I gotta say. What is that? Is that a what? Well, where am I? Am I burping on the mic? Sorry about that. So we had a trade to targets. There was another risk IB continuation trade, properly aligned because the rules reset and after a trade is entered and then exited. So when it's flat. I'm not saying that I am certainly not going to All right, so here we are, I think. I'm so relieved that is working. The interaction with IB. Now, this second trade would have been a magic, A, B, trigger, boom, perfect. I wasn't here, but yeah, there you go. Would have been a great trade. I'm going to step away now for the midday break, rest my eyes, get a little fresh air and a little bit of natural light and UV. Soft focus those short focus eye muscles and, that stuff. So I'll be back. Damn, I'm kind of disappointed I didn't stay around and do that again, actually, and then I would be pretty happy about life in the fast lane here. Boy, my eyes, though. Need to put some drops in them and then get outside and focus a long ways away. I'm going to leave the screens on the the book map. We've got the, well, looky here, huh? Right down at yesterday's low. Are they going to get into this gap? Maybe. Haven't filled it yet, but you never know. Well, okay there. I'm pretty happy with the way that worked. I'm got to go out and do a run around some stuff here for our daughter and my wife, and take that midday break. And I'll try to be back as soon as I can. But this is a Friday. Life happens. What can I tell you? The stream is pretty definitely clear. There's a trade, all to profit. All of the drama with IRT seems to have been sorted out. And there we go. I'll be back when I can. Hopefully before power hour, but I'm not making any promises. If you peel away before I get back, sorry for the inconvenience, but it's been a goofy week, right? And it's the last day of the month. So, hey, it's Friday. Good trade, good way to end the day for me as far as trading goes. I missed that second one, which is, another perfect ABC by the numbers. But if you peel away before I get back, Antonio, whatever, have a great weekend. Have a happy 4th of July if you're, or whatever this is, Halloween if you're in the States. And I will be back on. And also, don't forget, the stream is up and running every trading day at 0800. So, there you go.
IB low is taken. Hey, the 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 IB low is taken. IB low is taken. Hey, the 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 IB low is taken.
Well, that was took a lot longer than I figured. So yo, Bookmapper. Well, sorry that I was away this afternoon. That took a lot longer than it was supposed to have. So I hope everybody had a good Friday. I did. I had a nice one signal trade for all 60 points. So that's good. The stream will be back up on Monday morning. Anyway, yeah, well, it's got all that over with, and we're back to the office again. It's obviously going to have the whole session's going to go down here in another 4.5 minutes. I will kick the stream off then. Usually it starts every morning at every trading day at 0800 and goes until 1500. So I think I have all my snaps taken for this trade. I've got a lot of homework to do, and I look forward to seeing y'all Monday at 0800. Have a great, happy Halloween. Boo.